Hello, cat. We just gotta get it all out there. Stupid copy-paste systems. There we go. Promote yourself. You'll get it out there on Twitter. Alright, there we go. All of that is done. Make sure it's actually going up on Twitter. On YouTube, yep, we're live. And there we go. Alright, we're playing Stanley Parable. Stop it, cat. Bad caddy. Please use the screen. English. Confirm. No, we have not played the Stanley Parable before. The computer is barely visible. It's good enough. Please enter the current time. What time is it? It's adventure time. No, it's pizza time. Alright, let's see here. It's 2... it's gonna make me go around. There we go. Accessible settings can be changed from the main menu. Okay. Oh, that's I like that little effect. The menus on the computer as well. All right. The end is never. The end is never. The end is loading. That's a little creepy.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Ooh.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
You know, you never work a day in your life if you're doing what you love.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Oh. Okay. Out the officers go.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright, well, we just missed the memo. That's all it is. Right? These, control. Language, accessibility. That's not what we want. Controls. That's not what I want. Camera sensitivity. Adjustments to camera's looking speed. We're gonna knock that up a couple. There we go.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
That's door on the right. Once we go through the door on the left, well, that's the right. So, yeah, we'll go through the left. I don't like how these doors close behind me.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
This is an awful meeting schedule. Who set this one up? Do not alter without consulting whiteboard manager. Everyone is unique. You most of all. Yeah! Number of slides on the slide. Slide, charts, and slide. Oh. Very important information. Yes. What do people want? Rate at which charts on the same slide depict the same information. Wow. Rates of increasing graphs per slide. Oh, it's getting... Please, no more charts, please. I'm begging it. Boss appreciation minute. Your boss appreciation minute worksheet. Circle 20 things you love most about your boss. Yeah, that's what it's like. I know, right, Space Junk? This is too real. It's too real. Let's get out of here. Broom closet. A broom closet.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
I don't know. There's stuff in here. There's a broom. There's the mop bucket. There's cardboard.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow. Just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
There's a mic. I mean, there's still
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
Well, I'm not trying to do stuff. I'm trying to get up to the top shelf. See, this is looks like the nails are over here on the top shelf.
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
Because if I enter the closet, and now if I leave the closet, the chat will make a coming out of the closet joke. So I can't afford that. So here I will sit.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right?
Sit.
If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever.
I think this is the best part of the game.
To mention it.
This is the best part of the game. I'm having a great time. You having a great time, chat?
To you, this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friend, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning.
I don't know, chat. Do you find this concerning? I think we're having a great time. Chat is me.
Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Oh. Now my feelings are hurt. Now I'm not leaving the closet.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed in front of your screen. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
Stanley writes for an Amazon show. That's because of how stupid he is. This is great, thrilling gameplay. Blue Broom Closet, the game. Love it. Alright, he's not gonna say anything.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you.
Standing away for every corner of the in every corner of the game. But
you too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
Alright, we'll go forward. Alright, I hate shit like feel inclined to stand and wait in every corner of the game. Yeah, but it was clearly labeled and I can open the door. So, I did go back in. Alright.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
There's some performance issues with this version of the game, with the PS4 version. It's got some frame rate drops, and sometimes the speech cuts off right at the very last second. Yeah, see, there's some skips in the frames. No, I went upstairs, Space Junk. I think you're a few seconds behind me. Executive bathroom. There is no bath in this bathroom. Money in the morning, money evening, money for breakfast, money crisp. Extreme bathrooms and time. Alright. Chairs. Who closed this door? Who closed this door? Stop it. Wooden floor bathroom, hell. Oh yeah, wooden bathroom floor. It's not as bad as a carpet. Stop doing that. Alright. Can't go that way.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Yeah, I don't know that. Fireplace.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Type in some random nonsense? Alright. It's 3, 6,
2845.
5, 5, 5, 5. Nope. 6, 6, 6, 6. Hey, Axe Harper, it's good to see you.
But it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself. And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Ooh, dark secret passage. Congestion in chat. Lights. Big red button. Must push in a moment. Oh. Dark hallway. Alright, chat. Dark hallway. Big red button. Dark hallway. Big red button. Choices. I really want to push the button. He's not telling me what I'm supposed to do, so... But dark scary hallway. A big red button. So surprised I got to go outside. I got the go outside achievement in the base game. Isn't that where you have the game all for 5 years? You know what? I'm going to push the big red button. We're going to push the big red button. Loading. Don't touch it for 5 years, yep.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Can I go back up? Oh.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Mind Control Escape. That sign can't stop me because I can't read. Push.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Ooh. Camera.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
427, that one right there. See what's going on. Yeah, that's my office right there. Fired, a lot of fired. Pirate. That one's a pirate up there. What's that blue one? It looks broken. Oh.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
The Holy Ninja, hello, good to see you.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
We shall dismantle. Ooh. 1, 2. Looking for 3. You're 5. Three. I think that's one up there. Oh, this gate's locked. Wonder if I have to do something over here first. Mind controls idle, awaiting input.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to...
Bad ending. Bad ending. Off. Must be Nick's office.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine. Unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away.
But did I? Because you told me what to do the entire time.
Even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Yay! Happy Stanley. Alright. Well, that's one of the endings. Beat the gang. Woo! Alright, I tell you what. I'll let chat determine what choices I make this time. Trophy earned. Get your first trophy. Alright, chat, you get to make the choices for me.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Going to the meeting room. Well, game's over. Sleep time. Alright, good night, Space Junk. You have a good night. Alright, chat.
When Stanley
Left or
came
right?
to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Wants me to go through this door. But there's also this door. Ignore the narrator. Alright.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Alright, we're going to the employee lounge. Oh. Space Junk's response is to ignore chat. No.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
DWL Daily, still a future classic. Yeah, this game is great.
Yeah. But eager to get back to business,
Oh, there was more
Stanley
stuff.
took the first open door on his left.
Alright, first open door on his left. Which would be this door here. But it's not open, so I can't take it.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Oh. Oh look, the first open door on my left. There we go. Okay, looks like. Do not jump from cargo lift while in motion will cause death. Penalty for misuse of cargo lift, $1,000. Penalty for jumping off cargo lift, $5,000. How are you going to charge me $5,000 when I'm dead? That doesn't make no sense. I can't jump.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you
being
all this time.
Being directly
There's someone you've been neglecting,
indirectable
Stanley.
chat and following the narrator.
Someone you've
A man
forgotten
chooses,
about.
a slave obeys.
Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself.
Cut from
Now,
your-
I'm not asking for me,
Your opinions.
I'm asking for her.
Asking for her. Oh, I feel like I should have jumped off on that. Next playthrough.
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Just imagine the Stanley Parable narrated by Daffy Duck. That'd be a great mod. You got this, Hex Harvest. Alright.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Pick up the phone. He's telling me to pick up the phone. Look, I missed the video game. He told me, chat told me to ignore, so.
As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You
I
actually
did it.
chose incorrectly. I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible?
But I did it.
None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person.
Yeah.
I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Okay.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack."
Do that with any argument you have. Space junk. Is it 4:30 already? I'm supposed to be having a black sack and crack. Whatever that means. I'm going to use that on Twitter next time I get in an argument with somebody.
Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Oh, this ought to be good.
Welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
Okay. Everything seems normal here. Can I go in this door? Nope. Close the door. Well. Damn. Alright, we'll go back to it. Jump down. Everybody wants me to jump. Oh, he's put up a guard.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
So it is Twitter. Jump down. Alright, nope. See here, the first time he makes me make a choice, I'm going to just disobey him. Ah, the employee lounge.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
Alright. Alrighty.
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
To the right.
No! Why did you do that?
Oh, dear.
Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
I think reality's breaking, guys. Yeah, I think reality's breaking. Can I just stand here? Alright. Uh-oh.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why?
It's okay.
For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that
No,
my
not
story
really.
is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to
Grr
live with
everywhere.
it forever.
Just
Reliving
grr
its
everywhere, guys.
impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to.
No, don't.
I have to.
No, no. Uh-oh. Oh, dear. It's not okay. I think we broke it. Oh, no. Oh. Oh.
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You. Who
Hello.
thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What,
Oops.
did you think that would be funny? You just had to
Kind
see?
of.
Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it.
Chat,
That
you
thought
broke it.
hadn't even
You
occurred
told me
to
what to
you,
do
had
and you
it?
broke it.
That there's a world outside
This is your
of
fault,
you.
chat.
You're a child. Oh,
I'm 28
my
years old.
story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Alright, wants me to go left. To the right.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back.
It broke down again.
Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first.
get
I'm
lower?
quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine.
Ceiling feels
All
lower.
right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Nah.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back.
Right, right.
Behave exactly as
Okay, I think
Stanley
it's gonna
would.
keep
That means choosing responsibly
keep repeating,
and always
I
putting the
think.
story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
He entered the door on his left. Turn on the mind control machine. Oh, it seems like it's going to keep repeating no matter how many times I want to go. I want to see if the narrator says right. Let's see. We'll go left this time. Let's see what happens. Alright. Everything looks fine so far.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley
For not
decided to
getting
go up to his
fired.
boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
How to solve a coworker. Let a ball live inside you. Take it out passive aggressively on other coworkers. Resent coworkers for not supporting you more. Yep, that seems right. Oh, broom closet. Oh, I can't open the broom closet. Darn.
Coming to a
I can't
staircase,
even go
Stanley
downstairs.
walked upstairs to his boss's office.
He's not letting me make choices anymore. How long is this? I can't open it. Office is definitely different.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
No. No. I won't do it.
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
This one. Nope.
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
I won't do it. You're not letting me make choices anymore, so I'm going to throw a fit like a child.
Okay, fine. You're not going to do it? Far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward.
It broke again.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Uh-oh. Stanley?
Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice.
The
I need
end.
you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something.
Oh, now I feel sad.
This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice.
There's no clipped into the back barrel.
I'll wait for you
Back
to
room.
decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
I feel sad for the narrator now. He just wants to tell a story. And I was a jerk to him. That sucks. Alright, chat, what should I do this time?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Turn on mind control. Alright, Space Junk says turn on the mind control, so I shall do what Space Junk tells me to do.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Door on the left. Obey.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
You're no fun.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
All right, up. Bathroom. Stop. Oh, it does change. To be rich, is it a crime? To commit crimes, isn't it rich? What a life it would be to just have to pick just one. Ooh. I can go in here now. An elevator. The space junk told me to turn on the mind control machine. Yet I wonder what's downstairs. We'll come back to this. We're going to do the mind control one.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
2845.
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Alrighty. Roll down.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Mind control facility. Yep. Been here, done this. Yawn. Snooze.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
I probably do. Feels like I've been here before.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Destroy control. Boing, 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 boing. Alright.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going. What all this means, I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not?
Did they do anything?
These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you,
buttons in
running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones, or maybe this big red button, or this door, everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge.
I don't like the narrator
it's a
anymore.
tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't.
They didn't
Take a
open
look at the
anything.
clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No
Nothing
ending.
open.
Just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail
Nothing
life,
opened.
or will you let it go peacefully?
Unless the
Another
door under the
choice.
timer. It didn't
Make
unlock it.
count or don't. It's all the same to
I don't
me,
think you
all a
actually
part
pressed
of the
3. Oh,
joke.
well.
And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable
Okay,
life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say happily.
Well, I got this ending. Alright. We're going to go back there. We're going to try to do 5, 3, 2, 4, 1. Alright, speedrun tactics. Let's go.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the
We're not
meeting
going to let the
room.
narrator
Perhaps he
beat
had
us.
simply missed a memo. When Stanley
Keep
came to
going.
a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
With the door on the left. It was a meme. Don't go back there, please. Oh.
Yet
All
there
right.
was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he
got
might
locked up
find an
now.
answer there.
Alright, well, Space Junk's been saying, let's
Coming
go
to a
downstairs.
staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his
There's an
boss's
elevator
office.
up here. We'll go to this elevator first and see what's going on there. We'll hit this elevator first. Yeah, we'll go do this elevator and then we'll go downstairs, alright? Alright, let's see what the elevator takes us. Stanley. He's singing too. For over 4 hours for a secret ending. I'm not going to listen to you anymore. You told me to press a bunch of buttons and told me you were lying. You have betrayed my trust, sir, or madam. Now, I'm not saying your username out loud because that's going to get me in trouble. Apologies. I'm for real on G. I see you tearing about metals with you. Let's see how far you can come with this code yellow. Oh, that took me nowhere. Okay. Well. Alright, well, Space Junk wasn't supposed to go downstairs. Okay, I guess we're not going downstairs.
The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Could he really be
What
all
is it?
alone? This was too much for
2,
Stanley to take. Too much for any man to
4,
take.
5,
He fell to his knees,
8.
bursting into half moans, half
Okay.
sobs, the guttural
2,
retching of life
8,
from a man denied any
4,
hope,
5,
any
okay.
reason to keep.
Yep.
Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk.
Yeah,
That
screw
kind
you.
of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Just told your brain to make your heart start beating. Not right now, of course, but soon. Stanley will die soon.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Alright. Well, there is the big escape sign, so let's go through the escape. Once you go down the elevator. Press the button to go back up. Yep, there's a way back up. Does all that, and then it has the big button that goes up. Tell you what, we'll do the up button next, because there's this escape over here that I've been curious about, and we're going to go do that.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Now we're going to follow the escape written in crown.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Alright, maybe not.
But of course, Stanley thought better of it and realized he simply had too much to live for. Nope,
Or do I?
still on board with death?
Nope. To our death, everybody, let's go.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Nope, going forward. Stay on the course.
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Yes. Some would say death is the final escape. Oh, it's a big red light. The end is never. The end is loading never.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Okie dokie.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Oh, what is happening? There's the office. Office layout. This is pacing. The pacing of the opening scene was important to get right. This quarter has been moved and altered to make the player reach the two doors at a good time. The blueprint says the office from the beginning of the game. The path of Stanley's office to two doors, the first part of the game, was built. Structure has been altered throughout development. Throughout the core layout remains the same, almost identical to the first iteration. Stanley's computer. Oh, this is weird. Filing cabinets. The two doors. The set of two doors was the very first concrete piece of the stereo panel's design. Once the room was created, the rest of the game emerged as an extension of exploration of the contradiction this room posed. Okay. Offices, just 1, 2, and 3. Button sounds. A selection of sounds was used throughout the game where buttons are pressed. Each sound is a mix of a keyboard stroke in a synthesized tone. Credits. Office computers. I could go anywhere I want, I guess. I like this art museum. Maintenance room. Oh. It's very nice. From Are You a Rock? Narrator emails after the second trailer we sent out. We asked people to email the narrator for questions. While he had initially planned to use these for further promotional materials, we never found the perfect use for them. Here are a selection of those emails. Well, the thing I want to know is... Oh, well, okay. Oh, good gracious. What is Stanley's last name? Huh? The lounge. More office stuff. Apartment timer. Previous version of the choice leading to the apartment ending. Timer would give you 15 seconds to pick up the phone. Not picking up the phone would lead to a different ending. I like this. The second is Parable, obviously. The second version is functionally the same as what is in the final game, but we want it to look more like a place where cargo was actually stored. Yeah. The cargo lift was always intended to offer the choice of staying on or jumping to a different path. However, after this early version, we decided we also wanted the option of the player falling to their death. Zending model. The Zending, with their many iterations, this room represents the fourth version of the ending. Thought it was complete, but decided to abandon it and change it shortly before launch. Escape menu. For a long time, we had the ending. End it when the player restarted from the escape menu. Unfortunately, very few people realized this is what they were supposed to do, which was frustrating for everyone. Zending levers. So, the Zending. Early version of the ending known as the Zending, which was eventually cut and merged with another part of the game. This is all cool. Scenes from development of the boss's office. Yeah, this one really is the best middle one. This is relaxing.
You being you, you'll probably spend the next hour trying to solve it. Here, I'm just going to make this easy on you. Stanley pushed the big
Kevin, writing the voice of the narrator, recorded dialogue for the entire game roughly 3 separate times over the 2 years of development. These are clips from early takes.
Right back on track to where he was supposed to be in the story. Stanley jumped in the river.
Where am I supposed to go, though? Like, this is cool and all to see all these different things. But, where am I to go? Alright, let's see if we can find an exit. Warzone ending. Emails. Different office rooms. Probably where it says big green exit sign.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Turn off your PlayStation. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
Oh, well, I'm crushed. Man, that was crushing. Okie dokie. On to our next one. Alright, chat, if anybody's still around, which one should I go for next? Space Junk was spending dying for me to go downstairs, so we're going to go downstairs.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright, Space Junk, we're doing exactly what you want. We're going downstairs. Maybe.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Door to the left. Meeting room.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Hoping, coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Key down the knock. Ooh, red eerie glow. Hooray.
But
That's
Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream.
It's a dream.
Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid.
We're down to 2 different
So,
halls.
he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he
Oh,
imagined
dear.
himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange.
Yeah.
I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right
Someone
now
spilled their drink.
as he's ever been in his life.
Uh-oh.
Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too, surely, surely, if he could just...
I'm going kind of crazy.
He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream.
Yeah, it is a dream.
So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air
looks like
of
I'm
the
going
world
crazy,
outside
sweetheart.
this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want.
Yeah, I want to go home.
I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job.
Yeah.
All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been.
I want
My life
to be
is
normal.
normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine.
Everything.
I am okay.
Oh, that's not good.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Okay. That's the one where Stanley dies ending. Goes crazy. Oops. Well, Space Junk, we did exactly what you wanted if you're even still here.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
New content. But we haven't finished all the old content yet. This whole room has changed.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Let's see here. I haven't gone back up the elevator, so let's go do that.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
So this is... Nope, can't open that door. Alright, step home again.
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
Ooh. We go down that dark hallway next. Oh, first we're gonna go downstairs and then we're gonna go back upstairs. Alright. And then back up we go.
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
Yeah, me neither. This is gonna be a good one. Back up to this boss's office.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow.
I can't help but feel like you're making fun of me.
I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
Yeah, you're making fun of me. Alright, well, if that's going to be how it is, we're going to go down this dark hidden hallway here. Here we go. Nope. There is definitely a dark hidden hallway back here, though. Alright. I think there is. It seems like there should be. Maybe there isn't, I'm just crazy. Okay. Back down we go.
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
Stop mocking me. You're embarrassing me in front of my chat to zero. Alright, here we are again.
Surely this time Stanley will walk forward into the spooky corridor, won't he?
No, we're going back up. Back up we go.
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
end is never. It's the boss's office.
Oh my God. It's the boss's office.
Wow.
This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this. Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process.
You're mocking me. This is amazing. It's the boss's office. Who knew it was going to be up here?
All right. I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
Oh. Can't open the door. You know what I think I'm going to do? We're going to go down.
Of course. Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
You mock me. Can I do it again? Is he gonna say anything special this time? Nope, it looks like he might be done.
You know what?
Oh, we're going very far.
I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow? There we go.
I've made him very
Isn't
mad.
this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises, to have to think and to anticipate and then to marvel at the eventual reveal? This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years. And it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly,
yes.
I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley. Because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you. Which is why... Oh, I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh, good, we're here.
Oh. I gotta make a good impression.
The room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
All eyes on Stanley live on stage. World's healthiest human being, all tricks revealed. How we did it, the pyramids. The guy who went to Mars. Live. Alright, well. We can't keep the audience waiting, can we? Evening with world peace, baby. Aww.
Ah, yes. Here it is, just through this door.
Stanley tonight live on stage. Stanley. World's first sentient machine. Oh, that one's terrifying.
All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry. You'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get them.
Oh, this is gonna be good. The dude who came up with pizza, give that guy a medal. Because he made something amazing. I love all these posters. Hold on. Let's see these ones down here. I kind of wish there was like a zoom. Oh, Lord. Alright, here we go. Hey, everybody. Yeah. So the people. How you doing? Did I pass out? Alrighty. Well, that was... I don't know if... Did I give a good speech? I don't think I did.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
I guess that was
Stanley
an
decided
ending.
to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
New content, don't worry, we're still not done with old content yet, though.
When Stanley came to a set of
We're going
two
right.
open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow. Yes, this room. What a beautiful room. What a gorgeous, gorgeous room. Thank goodness Stanley had taken this detour on his way to the meeting room. Life without having experienced this room was now too horrible even to consider.
Ah, great. The employee lounge. Good place to take a break.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
Yes. This is the perfect room. Ooh, coffee.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
I want to see if he says something else. Give it a couple more seconds to see if he says anything else.
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue. But when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
That sounds like the very last one.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
We'll do that in a moment. Back in here.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
First open door on the left. We did it. No jumping to death? You can't stop me.
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley.
Yay.
Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Stunning and brave. Stanley is stunning and brave. I did it, chat. I made a very powerful and important decision in my life. I killed myself. Alright, off we go again.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Gotta do it.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
We're running 450. Hey, employee.
The lounge was sublime, a work of art. What was it about this room that called so deeply and so personally to Stanley? Its grace? Its subtle charm? No. Stanley knew it was something deeper. Something darker.
This tripping hazard here in the middle of the room.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No. You don't get to tell me what to do.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
And this time...
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Her?
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
I'll do it for her. Apartment number 427.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven.
Bread.
Right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come
This
on.
sucks.
Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here. Sorry, but you're in my story now.
I can't open these doors. Is there bread?
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
What? Good morning, floor. Just press left on your controller.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
Press triangle.
But in his mind, in his mind he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
Please press triangle to watch TV.
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Press square to spend time with the boys.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
Press circle to prepare dinner.
As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations.
Honey?
Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
To tell your kids a story.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
I love you, wife.
But there is no answer.
But you're
How
gone
could there
now.
possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one.
To go to sleep.
And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Alright. To be at work in the morning. I'm not going to push it. 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 You took away my phone, wife. I'm not going to push it. I won't push it. I pushed it.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Oh, well, that's a dark, morbid ending. Well, that one was depressing. Well, looks like we're running out of old content eventually.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
That was a new thing to say. Has that always been like that? Probably, I just haven't noticed. New content door.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
We're going to the
this
right.
was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first time understood true happiness.
Yes.
Then the feeling went away, and he felt sad again.
Aww.
Then it came back, and
Yay.
lingered for a minute or two. Now it's only half there. Just a kind of, tingle.
Tingle.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
We're going to jump up on the conveyor belt.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really?
Yeah.
I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that
Yeah.
convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why,
Kind of.
I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Danger, danger everywhere. Some creepy spaces. 2B3.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Through the red door. Oh, that would be base to go through the red door. But he's telling me to go through the base door. Oh, I've been ignoring him this entire time. Oh, should I go through the red door? Chat, I know you're there. There's at least one person in chat. Tell me, should I go through the red door? Should I go through the red door? Chat. Alright, blue door it is. Nobody answered.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Oh, you're not even going to just let me go through it? Okay, let's see how we go through this.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
No, blue door.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you.
Yeah. Oh, it's a brown door.
You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place.
Over there.
Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you?
A little.
Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did.
Well, I
and in
imagine
the
you
end,
did.
it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees?
No,
Work
not
with
really.
me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far.
I'm enjoying
Tell
it
you
as
what,
it is.
Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. The third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
I'm going to go for the left.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
4.
Okay, so we're getting somewhere. Clearly there's something here that speaks to you. If I can be honest here, I really don't have any idea where I'm going with this. This whole third door thing was just a stab in the dark. But I guess you're into it, so let's keep this party train rolling. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Oh, looks like the game's kind of breaking it apart. World leaderboard. Good O'Neill, Skid, Nacho, no. Oh dear. Stanley 427. Oh. How long does it take you to get into the correct org? Please improve your Stanley parable career. Oh man, why not ask some friends for help? Chat. Or friend list empty. Oh, I have no friends. Oh. Player skipped into the entrance sequence. Only choose the blue door. Oh. A dead rat is offline. Alright, let's go through the new third door, I guess. This orangey door.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors?
No.
Again, honest answers, please.
No.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some play testing. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you?
I
Perfect.
guess not.
Let me boot it up.
Oh, okay, I guess we're playing a different game now.
In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
No, baby, don't stop. No, not the baby. Start coughing. No, baby, don't. Oh, shut up, baby. There's nothing else in here. It's just a plant. Oh, screw you. I'm gonna let the baby die.
You heartless bastard. Did
I
you do
am.
it because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
Kinda both.
Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done.
Oh.
It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable.
Oh, you're welcome.
Hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain.
All right,
Let's see.
sure.
What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Okay, we're playing yet another different game.
Aha!
Firewatch.
Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be
Firewatch.
it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Firewatch. Is that a crow game as well? Oh, yeah. I never played Firewatch. Oh dear.
Oh, no. No, it can't be.
Oh no, it can't be what?
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
Hey, whoa.
Thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley.
What time ago?
Okay,
Still on the road.
I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game.
No, I want to play
Preferably
this
something
game.
with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Okay, what now?
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
Oh, what am I supposed to do?
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun.
Ball.
We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Here's my... Oh. Oh, I'm picking up speed. Whack. Yeah. Score big, massive point. Yay, we did it. Oh.
What are you doing?
Oh, there's a hole in the bay. There's a hole in the goal. Oh, dear.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come.
Filing cabinets. This looks like a doorway. Oh dear, I just felt it. 4-4. Oh, where am I now? Can I go back to playing Rocket League? I think I really did fall into the back rooms of the internet. The back rooms of reality. That's where it came from. 423. A light. This is creepy. Oh, my office. Like some government surveillance. Oh.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice.
Not
and if he's
really.
learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am.
Kitty.
That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Alright, well, that was an ending. Alright, well, back to the start we go. Alright. I'm gonna be right back, chat. Don't go anywhere. Alrighty. Alright, chat, did I miss anything?
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Alright, that was another ending right there. Oh, geez, I was just messing around. Space junk, no, nothing's happened. Alrighty. Well, I'm glad you're still here. Did you get to see us go downstairs like you wanted? I hope so. We did that just for you. Alright, off we go again.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
I feel like I should be able to go through these big white things knowing this type of game. So why would it just be a big, wide, almost like it's a light fixture? New content, we're not through that yet.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Let's actually go through
Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, giddy in a way he had never known before. Was it this room? A connection between the two? Could a man love a room? I mean, truly, truly, deeply.
I love you, room.
Madly. Love.
I love you, room. Alright.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No!
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Alright, back onto the conveyor belt.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really.
If I knew I could survive the fall,
I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that
0.
convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why,
Kind of.
I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
We'll see.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Through the red door. Alright, we'll go through the red door.
Oh,
this time.
thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I want it to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Okay.
What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it?
This is pretty.
If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
Oh, pretty. What awful thing is it going to do to me? Oh! Oh, that's cool. Let's go through this door.
No, wait. Where are you going? Right. Where were we?
It's a T. You go to hi. Hello, good to see you.
Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
Back up the stairs we go.
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
How's it going, Chad? It's going all right.
No! Oh, thank God you lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room?
Back to the other room, all right. Here you go.
There. See? This is what you want. This is where we can both be happy. We really can. If we stop moving, we just have to stop moving.
Kind of pretty. But nah, I want to jump.
Stanley, go back. There's nothing good that can come from this.
We're going to find out. Up these stairs we go again.
No. No, no. What are you doing, Stan? Do you just not believe me? What can I say to convince you?
Nothing. You cannot convince me otherwise. Is this the right choice?
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
No. Back up we go. Oh, I'm very slow now.
My God. Is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
A little bit. I mean, like, you're kind of a jerk. Sometimes, depending on which version of the game we're going through.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just long. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours. Is it over?
Can you turn up the volume? Your mic is kind of low. Unfortunately not. This is as loud as it gets. I'll try talking louder. That's what I can do. The mic I have is not particularly great. Very cheap. Going to try to get a bigger, better one. Alright, here we are again.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alrighty, let's hear it. Not ready for new content yet. There's still another choice I have to make.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps too majestic. Like a combination of a much smaller version and a much larger version of this exact room. It all made Stanley uncomfortable, and he started to bleed a little. This made him smile. At last, proof that he was human. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Alright, I've been ignoring this door the entire time.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
That leads me to the office. Well, what's this elevator do? Yay, elevators! I love taking mysterious elevators that don't seem to go anywhere.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
Here's the left. No, I want to go right. Can't go anywhere.
Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
Oh, okay, well, I guess we go right then.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly...
I don't know.
Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
Uh-oh. Dungeon Master's lost, guys.
See, we went down right, left,
Dungeon
down,
Master says I have the notes
left,
ready.
Right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Towards the truck. Righty. Yeah, here we go. Oh.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Right. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Missing memos. To the meeting room. New content door is gone. That's not a good sign.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story.
Yeah.
It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Oh, so many choices. I can't get through this one. But it looks like I can go this way. So many choices. Alright, we're going this way, I guess. And then we're here. Let's go this way. Oh. It's an adventure.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again?
Probably
well, I
not.
find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Okay, well, we're starting again. Alright, we'll find the story, guys. Don't worry. We'll find it. It's out there somewhere.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I wonder if the story's in the meeting room. Yep, all this is the same still. Alright, maybe not.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Oh, okay. Yeah, let's see. I'm sure that will fix it. Rooms are different now. Going back the way we came.
Aha! I knew we'd missed something. The story. Here it comes.
Here we go.
No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our step.
Alright, retracing our steps. Now it's a different room. Oh, now it's a creeping room.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win!
Yay!
Congratulations!
I did it,
I know
Jack.
you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So, good job.
The way we came is gone.
No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Yeah, let's get out of this place. It's getting a little creepy.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Alright, we follow the line. Sounds great. This sounds like a solution. Oh dear. The line's telling us to go this way, but follow the line. We will follow the line. There's following the line.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny.
To destiny.
Here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that.
Incredibly
You know
weird.
what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Yeah. Oh, adventure music. Oh, this is awesome. Oh, the line's going crazy. The line's gone. The line's gone a little insane, guys. Yee, this is fun. Financial records. This way.
Wait, cut the music. Go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
No. Very important, Fern. Alright, on we go. Let's continue as we go.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Yeah, because Alright, we're going back this way, I guess.
No, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Bad line. That was a bad line of thought. Stanley Parable line. Alright.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
You know what, narrator? You're starting to sound a lot like me. Let's go in random directions until we find out what's going on.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley.
Go get Jarvis.
I'm
Good to
ready
see you.
for it.
I don't know. It could be anything. It could be a very exciting story. We're trying to find the story.
No, not you
The
again.
line's back.
Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Just don't acknowledge it. It's trying very hard to get our attention, and up the ceiling it goes. Ooh.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute.
Alright.
Okay, so I know that
Walk
each
around
door
in
has to
circles,
lead
walk
somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So
Yes.
starting from the right,
Makes sense.
let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another
How was
victory
my
for
day? It
logic.
was okay so far.
Come, Stanley. Our destiny awaits.
We're going right. All right.
Oh,
Confusion
hold on,
ending.
what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined?
Fifth restart.
So now, according to the
Previous
schedule, I
restart.
restart again. Then what? Am I
But
just
he's
supposed to
prevent
forget?
it.
Well, what if I
Unable to
don't
go
want to
anywhere or
forget?
do anything. The game
My
restarts on
mind
its
goes
own.
blank
Sixth
simply
restart.
because it's written here on
The
this,
line again.
this
Begin following
thing.
the line. Find an identical
Wall.
replica of the office as begun
Well,
to deteriorate.
who consulted
Attempt to
me?
make up a story
Why
here.
don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really?
Jeez.
No, it
Find a
can't be.
bookstore.
I don't want it to be. I don't want
I've
the
found a
game to
bookstore
keep
once.
restarting. I don't want to forget what's
Hey,
going
can
on.
I ask you a
I don't want to
huge
be
favor?
trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I
That
won't
depends
do it.
on what
I
it
won't
is.
do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle?
break it?
The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait, you know.
Yeah.
I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not
Both
quite
those
sure
lead
if
to
we're
the
in the
same way.
destination or the journey. Though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So
That's
I
right.
hope that's where we are right now.
We
We'll
are in
find
the
out,
journey
won't
of the
we?
destination.
Eventually. Well, in the meantime...
Well. We restart again. Restart it again.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had
There are
simply missed a
choices
memo.
back there with the line that I want to try. See if it actually
When
does
Stanley
something
came to
different.
a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew
yes,
it
yes.
perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. And here it was, the lounge. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
No. Down we go.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track.
Oh, it's fine,
So now in
PS4,
order to get
please.
back, he needed to go,
No, we're playing Stanley Parable right
from
now,
here,
Gomez Jarvis.
It's, left.
To the left.
Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
To the right next time.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
Mm.
Now,
And we will be
let's
doing
see,
that
down,
Friday.
Right, left,
We'll be
down,
playing Spider-Man
left,
again
right.
Friday,
Yeah,
so don't worry about that.
Okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
This way. Woo! Here we go. This is amazing. Yes.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes.
Spoiler.
Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Fired. All right, from the top we go.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Gonna keep going right. Yeah. I think I'm going around a big circle.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
All right, restarting.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
And now there are no doors.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
All right, off we go. This door's open. This is definitely different.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps. Now
Creepy.
Well, I'll be honest. I don't recognize this place at all.
Okay, then will you
Is this
let
the
me
story?
know when?
I don't think so. I can't quite recall,
Friday,
but I
probably
believe
around
my story
5
took place in
p.m.
an office
Eastern
building.
Standard Time.
Is that correct?
This one we'll play Spider-Man again.
Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So,
Well,
good
just keep
job.
an eye on the channel,
Oh, no.
and you'll see when.
I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart. All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
It tells me to go that way, but we're ignoring it this time.
No, I'm down. We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
All right. We'll follow the line for a little bit then. But the first time I can deviate from the line, I am.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay, now if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office in fact the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what?
Weird.
I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Very in line. It was almost something different. Just wrapping me around in a big circle. I guess I'm going to do everything. Let me see if there's any other deviations on. It's getting crazy, guys. We'll probably have to restart this one. I think we'll have to get down this path.
Wait, cut the music.
Bit creepy,
Go
but
back
okay, I
and
love
look
it.
at that fern.
No, we're not going to stop to look at the fern.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Alright, yeah, this looks like it's just going to restart me on this whole thing again.
Still missing the doors. Did we make a mistake following the line? Perhaps we could have found the story on our own.
Can't go back that way. Can't circle around that way. That goes nowhere. Yep, this is just gonna be the same thing, so we'll begin the game again. Alright. I think it's time we start exploring the new content.
All
now
of his
that we've seen
co-workers
they did
were
all
gone.
the old stuff.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Nope. New content.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
New content. Brand new content. Ooh.
Hello, and thank you for playing The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, The Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
Yes.
After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
Very nice.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable,
More.
delighting audiences the world
Belly
over.
face.
Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful.
This is exciting.
I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
This could be cool. I can't wait to play new Indian.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Was I supposed to press a button?
Is it broken? What's
No.
going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Yeah, new content. New content.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if the... Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Oh, other side. What's this?
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Press X to jump. Can I jump outside the circle? No. Yeah, well, jumping is fun. Be nice if I could jump outside of the circle. I think I used up all our jumps. You can't jump.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Hopefully there's something else.
Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And if... Oh, wait.
Ooh.
There's more. Very cool.
Yay!
Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Thank you for enjoying
That's
the new
it?
content.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's trophies, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test trophy, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable.
Yeah.
It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations.
Probably not.
If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
The end is never. Always a weird loading screen. Kitty. Kitty getting some belly rubs because she's being all cute and cuddly. Ooh, everything looks new and shiny.
Stanley, come over here. In the vent.
Nah,
I want to
fam.
show you something.
Nah, fam, I want to explore what's going on up here.
Oh, you don't want to see the cool surprise I made for you? Well, fine.
No.
You're a dork anyway, so who cares?
Hey. The new content door is locked.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Going right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Oh, is it going to send me back
okay.
through the whole game? It was okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Oh, it looks like it's going to send me back through the whole game. We'll give it a shot if it doesn't do something different here soon.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
Be a good boy,
Feeling a wave
Stanley.
of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's
Stanley is a
office,
good boy.
hoping he might come into a...
Yep, it's making me reset the whole thing, so I'm going to have to go back through the new content door to get and actually go into the vent. Oh, good. It sends me right back here. That's good.
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent! I want to show you something!
Alright, this time we'll go through the vent. Narrators lead me into creepy vents now. Just another day in the Stanley Parable office.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret.
Why is it a
Take a
weird
look.
altar thing? Oh, what is this?
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap PlayStation port? Remember back in October of
Cheap
2013,
PlayStation port is actually a
when the
little bit
game
more
originally
real than you
launched?
think.
Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
I like these postcards. 2013. I thought the Stanley Parable was released before then. I remember seeing things about it. It must have been like betas and demos and stuff. First dollar. Oh yeah, that's the demonstration opening. Actually, I wouldn't mind that being in like the stuff here in this Extra Deluxe. Because the demonstration stuff had some pretty cool stuff in it. Deals tough choices. New video game releasing today. Creator surprisingly down to earth. Rocketeers go from scandal to new crisis. 50% off designer hats. Oh boy. General poor, cost handling, new tricks to chief business leaders pushing election of council's allies. Nominee. Oh look, it's dead Stanley. Oh, that's pretty.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism. 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created. Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them. And now, it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Alright. Stanley Parable. Ah, the two doors. Such a classic scene. Person of the year, Stanley. He's all fuzzed out. Stanley and Maribel.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new
Source
content.
blocks.
All they had to do was transport it in pristine condition along to the PlayStation. Boom, done. And they couldn't even do that. Couldn't resist the urge to go meddling with a beloved franchise.
I can't get through that door. The serious room.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again.
The end is never, it's never the end.
Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no, oh God, no, Stanley. It's a collection of reviews from Pressurized Gas, the extremely popular online storefront for computer games. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they? Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Pressurized gas reviews.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness.
Not preachy.
This is actually quite shocking for me. I always, well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh, dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel
not everyone's going to enjoy
like
the game you made.
Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Well, I mean, that review, the guy doesn't like non-linear game. Prefers non-linear games. This is a very linear game. So it really wasn't going to be his type of game he enjoyed anyway, so...
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I do anything for the customers.
Reviews.
Yes, a skip button we shall have.
We're really doing this. Skip button for the narrator. You're going crazy, narrator man.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue.
Like the one you're doing now?
Something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. But the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably.
Okay, skip.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been? Making every choice to which you've ever given your great gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once. That you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first, I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it.
Yeah,
but wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of text? It has a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious
People don't really like the word manifesto, really.
See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all... Okay, look. I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in countless situations.
Good to hear.
Here we go. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto.
Okay, I get it. Press the button again.
Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their pressurized gas review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps.
Maybe.
To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on how exactly pressurized gas works. Perhaps that would have been a smart thing to check on before I went on about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is who runs pressurized gas will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review merely because of this very situation. Yes,
It would be good
I
for
think
it.
that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review so that the feature is not widely abused.
Oh, yeah, that would be
Look,
very good.
I would even be okay with pressurized gas altering this particular review so that it reads as something more From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. How else to describe the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe? Such a revolutionary step forward in the lineage of one of the most beloved video game properties of all time. The additions and changes made to this expansion will surely resonate in the annals of the history of all media ever made. It is perhaps true to say that no mistakes are forever etched in stone, for the stone into which the Stanley Parable was carved has itself been transmuted, offering a message of hope to those who have ever erred in their judgment. You are not beyond redemption. You may change, and you may become more, so much more than you were before. If there is any message to be taken from the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, it is this. What a fortune, a privilege, a joy it is to have had such an experience. It leaves me hopeful that as a community, as a world, there is time for us to become our greatest selves, as great as we ever could dream of in our wildest, most ambitious visions for a brighter future. Wow. Now, Stanley, that's a review.
It is.
It's perfect.
It is
It's
perfect.
the perfect review. It's the review I've always dreamed of receiving. Well, I have to read it again.
Oh, God, no.
Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go?
The door's
Wasn't there a
gone.
door that led into this room?
Make a new
I
one.
don't feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there?
Yeah, it was
I
right
swear
here.
there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here. We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door.
All right,
I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please, please do not press the skip button. Just
I'll be a
wait
good boy
here.
and not press the skip
Wait
button.
here for me, and don't press the skip button. Got it? Yes, good. I'll be right back.
Not pressing the skip button. We wait for the door. We wait for the door. We wait. This is stellar gameplay, everybody. I know this is exactly what you were wanting. As we wait for the door. He asked us not to press the skip button. You're not going to press the skip button because we're going to have to find the door. But if we press the skip button, it'll bring it to us faster. Pressing.
Stanley! Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer. And my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. And there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here. And more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it. And I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking and thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews.
Yeah.
Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child, wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps, yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time, that if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying. I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive. I am truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something. I am being listened to. I am being recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as though I occupy space in this world again, and I have cast a shadow onto the wall. You see what I'm saying, don't you? You can see what this means to me. I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about anything at all. I feel renewed. I feel restored, and already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. What a terrible dread it strokes in my heart to think of it, to think of returning to such coldness. Come, let us sit in silence together here for just a moment. Let us anticipate it. Let us welcome it. Let us not run from it.
Alright, I'm sorry about that. Wife just got home, so it became very noisy very quickly. But anyway, the narrator, existential crisis, because nobody can listen to him, skip.
Oh, hello, it's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment. And I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being. It was incredible. The spaciousness, the equanimity of the...
There's no narrator this time. Button active now. Oh, now there's no Scott. He's not here anymore. Oh, it's an alarm clock. Oh, the fire alarm.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability, it's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen.
Not really.
The most immediate desires. Every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to...
He's gone mad. Nope, he's quiet again. Alright, skip button.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the
Why is the AC unit filled with water? This sounds actually legitimately creepy. Oh. The ceiling's partially collapsed now. Everything's deteriorating around us. This is spooky. Oh, sunlight. There's no jumps. Oh well, at least the narrator could possibly have gotten out. Green. Oh, it's all turned to ash now. Oh dear. The whole thing sunk underground now. Oh my. Can I skip again? Nope. But I'm out now. Just follow the sun, I guess. There's never the end, and never the end. It's never the end. That's not all the new content that there is. I would like more than this existential dread of adding a skip button and seeing the narrator go mad. But now we're back here.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I'm not quite sure if there's more choices I can make. It looks like I made every choice I can. New content. Oh, okay.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
It was kind of hard to miss that. New content. We're not gonna get trapped in a box again, are we? And then you go slowly mad over time from isolation. While I fast forward myself into the apocalyptic future. Alright, we skip that whole story bit thing.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this Ultra Deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this Ultra Deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh. The end is never the end.
Yes, you see? Isn't this far superior to a measly port with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Stanley Parable
Calling it
2.
the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
New office stuff looks neat. They're back 2 doors. More TSP, better TSP. First win, second win, central mid share. The color, thread leverage, holistic value. This is great. Parable 2. To double the fern. The fern is very important to everything. Parable 2 Stanleys.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
2-7 Stanley Parable 2. Stanley Parable 2. 2. The prequel to the Stanley. 2 is the sequel to the Stanley Parable. It's the sequel. It's going to be a prequel? This way to the show floor. Okie dokie. New features. Oh good, no line. I hate having to wait in line.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Alright. The button that says the name of the player is playing the game. Hear your name in the game. Oh, this one I gotta try first.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Alright, the button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. This is gonna be amazing.
Jim. Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to
Breathing and
imagine
fine
yourself
dining.
living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in
I am
love
Jim.
and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim,
Jim.
watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you
Which of
feel
us
it
is the
deeply?
real Jim?
Are you really, truly Jim right now?
I am
If
Jim.
so, then please step forward and press the button.
Jim.
Oh my goodness, great!
Yes, you
That's
see?
amazing.
What a thrill, what a rush. That was you. The button described you. Do it again, do it again.
Oh my gosh, I am Jim.
Jim.
It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in
Oh
the
my
Stanley
God.
Parable 2, it would still be worth the money.
Yes.
Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation. Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise,
No.
soon
Jim,
you'll start to
Jim,
lose all
Jim,
sense of who you
Jim,
actually
Jim.
are.
Jim.
Jim. I am Jim. The Jim Parable 2 is going to be great.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Yeah, it would. What's this back room here? We'll come back to this, because that looks like finale stuff. The new update ray trace more of the same, but it's a good way to sequel through the new features, new contents, new ideas. Jump circle, infinite hold, the button that says the name of the player. Alright. Free, new plus easy trophies. Ooh. I want to see trophies. Free trophy. Get yours right now. Pull the lever. Receive your new trophy. No more steps. It just works.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test trophy that got left in the game on accident?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the trophy. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the trophy will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the trophy is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Give me the trophy. What's down this dark hallway? Alright, just a dark hallway. Let's see what's behind this door. Disappointment.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Infinite hole. It won't end. Oh, the jump circle.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
That's a shame. Collectibles. Can you find them? Collect them all.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to
Amazing.
stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Yes. Amazing. Oh, that is... I am uncomfortable with just about all of this. 1 of 6. I want to get away from
God,
that.
it
That was
really
creepy.
is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Awful. I hate it when they do that. How dare they give me stuff for going out of my way to find all their secrets. What's up here? Settings World Champion. That's new. Epilogue.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Alright. Stanley Public Reinsurance Bucket.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Oh, I can grab the bucket.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in
So
fact,
much better now.
can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Calmness with the bucket. Bucket.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game?
Probably
That
not.
really should be an award if it isn't already.
Birch. 2. Office decorations in the infinite hole.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloon. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Get well someday. That sounds like an actual office thing. Oh, here we go. Here we go. 12th birthday, stepniece. Get well someday.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along.
Yay.
Happy 12th birthday, stepniece,
Aw.
it is.
Okay. Oh, that was the exact opposite of the one I
Or
picked.
actually, maybe I should have gone with... No. No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Oh. Oh, that sucks. Infinite hole.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Mm-hmm. Very interesting. What happens if I go into it like this?
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Press triangle to return to the surface.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Why? The bucket keeps me calm.
Okay, Stanley. I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition. Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Back in the hole we go.
Okay, and I guess we're back in the hole now.
Yep.
Did you really need to see it again? I don't know what else there is to say, Stanley. It's an infinite hole. It's exactly what you're doing right now, but forever. There really are so many other fascinating exhibits that I prepared for you. I really spent quite a lot of time on all this, and I would very much like to show you some more of them. How about we go ahead and press that teleport button again so we can get back to what's really important about... Oh, goodness. Well, this is rather embarrassing, Stanley. I'll be honest with you. I truly did not believe that anyone would actually stay in the hole long enough to hit the bottom. Yes, I know, I told you the hole was infinite, but come on. Who actually wants to fall forever? The hole was plenty deep. It was more than deep enough, in my opinion. Maybe it's you who likes falling too much. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean.
I didn't say anything.
Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
I'm going to sit here at the bottom of my hole. New mug. I'm going to sit down here at the bottom of the hole with my bucket. The buckets of reassurance that you gave me. See if he does anything.
Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much.
Yes.
Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime.
Oh, have you? Well, we're going back in.
Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes.
Yeah, the hole's getting
I'm
shorter.
starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability in marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
Yeah.
Well, there it is.
Oh,
The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the, teleport button not working? You sure?
Uh-huh.
Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole,
no.
I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Narrator? Oh, it looks like it's just me, the chat, and this bucket here. Yep. It's me, in a hole, my bucket, and all three members of chat. Doing fantastic here. Something's happening. Oh, the hole is going down. We're shrinking. Well, looks like we're going down, ladies and gentlemen. We still got our bucket here. Change your perspective. Oh. I'm a beautiful Stanley. I like how we have the bucket still. Oh, this is great. Change your perception. Change your reality. I don't like that one. Oh, wait, that one's great. Puppies! This is a great reality. Change yourself. This is great.
Stanley? Stanley?
Yeah?
Stanley!
Oh.
Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So
What?
how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the whole.
Send me back.
From the looks
That was
of
fun.
things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
Wonder if I can have the puppy reality again. There's me, Chad in the bucket in our hole. Oh! It's never the end. It's never the end. It's never the end. It's loading. Oh, here we are again.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
New features. Okay, well, I already did the hole. Oh, it looks like I could probably go back. Mostly infinite hole. It now says mostly infinite hole. I don't know if it said that before. Oh, I don't like how everything goes black. I can't go any further than that. Okay. Can't go back there. I can squeeze around here though. It says exit this way. Alright, we'll go to the exit.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to?
Yeah.
Ready to move on now?
I'm ready to move on now. That's creepy. No screenshots.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes.
Mr.
Yes, this is
I
much
key
better.
everything.
I feel good
What's
about
up?
this. Here we go. Version 2.
Yep,
Who am I
playing
kidding,
Stanley
Stanley?
Parable.
This
Ultra
isn't
Deluxe.
a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted
not
more than
impressive so
anything
far.
to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans
is.
to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
It's never the end. It's never the end. It's loading. This is indeed a legendary game. Begin the game.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big
The
building
balloons.
where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what Employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Happy.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened.
Stanley
Something that
Parable
would forever
2.
change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure.
No, can't handle the
What if he had to
pressure.
make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days.
I made a
Had
poor
years
decision.
gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell.
I could have
But
explored
the
the whole
one thing
new
he knew
stuff
for
and now
sure,
probably my
beyond
reset
any
army.
doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
It's never the end. It's never the end. Oh, good. The balloons are still here. Meaning I can probably
All of
still
his
do all the
co-workers
stuff.
were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
All the balloons. Happy
Stanley felt the bucket calling to him, begging him to pick it up. Why was he not doing it?
bucket.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Just want me to go left. Do what he says for now. That's probably where all the new stuff is.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Broom closet is still locked up.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
What was that? Collectibles.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You
Nice.
can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Beautiful. Glad I went down there to check for that. That was totally worth my time. Oh, hey, look, another one.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley figs? Or What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Excellent. Stanley in here? No.
Here's the door. Just go.
Yay! Stanlerine!
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it.
I don't know.
I'm sure it will come to me.
That's going down. Off we go.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Is there... Nah, it doesn't look like there's one all the way down there. Okie dokie.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
I do have the strength. If only I could find the remaining 2 Stanley figurines. Sorry. Yep. Still the same. Alright.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building. Stanley's co-workers, the lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Freedom means nothing here.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Alright. We'll edit it.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes! He had won! He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Yay! Happy ending for Stan again. Still haven't collected all the new Stanley figures. I wonder if it'll actually throw me back again. It probably won't stop until I actually hit all the new stuff again. Alright, still... The sequel is now paused.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the
Looking
meeting
around for
room.
actual
Perhaps he had
figurines
simply
this
missed a
time.
memo.
Figurines Finders Committee meeting today in the meeting room. I'm going to be right back, chat. Alright, chat, I have returned. Alright, resume the game. Now, there was an ending I actually did miss going through this once. So we're going to go
Maybe
and do
Stanley
that.
would never pick up the bucket.
Am I
Lonely
passing up the bucket somewhere?
Lonely and miserable and Stanley-less. Such a sad fate for a bucket.
Where is the bucket? I want the bucket. Alright. It's doing this weird stuff again.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
We're going right.
This was
Because
not
there's
the correct way to the meeting room, and
actually
Stanley
an
knew
ending
it
I
perfectly
missed.
well.
So this is a
Perhaps
chance
he
to
wanted
get
to
it.
stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section,
Shit.
walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Hold on. Hopefully this doesn't reset the whole thing. Because I was just looking to see if there was a Stanley trophy in there. The end is never the end is never the end. Okay, good. Good.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Where is the bucket? You keep saying it here.
Stanley, pick up the bucket.
Where is the bucket? Where is it? Am I missing it? Oh, it's right here, out in the open, where everybody could be able to see it.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
There we go. I have the bucket now.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
We're going right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Yep.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Nope.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
To the cargo lift. Yes, bucket.
Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Unthinkingly did whatever the bucket wants me to do, but there's this trophy there. I'll have to come back for it.
In here,
Said the bucket.
go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Yes. The bucket can't steer me wrong.
Now pick up the phone,
Said the bucket.
Pick up
No.
the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke.
Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
Alright, let's watch this video.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half. pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's
Dunny with
practice
the
screaming,
funny.
"I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
I'm Dunny with the funny. Did I break the game?
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Wait, what?
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So, with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors
good day,
and
Dr.
walk
Crow. I
through
hope you're
all of this
having fun.
again, so I can try
I
telling my
am. We
story
just learned to have
with more
proper
appropriate
comedic timing.
comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Get. Alright.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now? Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
This is weird. Oh, door open. Alright, narrator, where are you?
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Ooh, into the darkness.
What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land, or not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the two doors room.
No.
What an egregious mistake.
Uh-oh.
I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional
Oh, please don't
video
make me
again.
watch it again.
Yes, surely that will help me improve my...
Oh, we're gonna have to rewatch this again.
Here we go. You ready?
Okay, thank goodness.
When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Going right. Me and the bucket are gonna go to the right. Back to the phone room.
What? We're back at the phone already? No.
What's going on?
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
To the right. To the phone.
What? We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
To the right. Let's see how far we can keep this going.
What? We're back at the phone already? No.
Alright, it's just going to keep repeating this bit.
Here we go.
Reminds me of the companion cube from Portal.
When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Alright, we'll go left this time.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone.
Are you kidding me?
Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you
kidding me? Oh.
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison.
Oh,
yes.
no.
But let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal, I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of it. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
Please let me out. Oh man. The new content's fantastic. How long does this keep up for? Is it every ending again with something new?
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
Why is the new dialogue? Skipping the bucket. Please let me walk by without the bucket. It did.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Alright.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Now the question is, how do I get to it? Alright.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler anarines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one. And then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them. And now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler anarines. None of us can.
Figler anarines. Alright, well, I don't want it to die, so let's try not doing that, because I'm trying to get a different ending. Alright. It's gonna take me to a complete. Oh, it's gonna take me to a completely different ending.
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the. You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
Oh. Sorry. All right,
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of two open... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
It was okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
We're not doing that because I missed an ending.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need... Oh, no, you can't... Did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check.
Go through all this.
No, it's definitely
like
here,
a couple
clear
endings
as day.
in the baseline game I
Stanley
missed.
picks up the phone.
That
He's
one
taken to
that
his
the
apartment where he finds his
recorder
wife,
was
and the
one I
two
missed,
pledge
probably.
themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person.
We're a real person. I'm a real boy.
I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been
I'm
able to
making my
make
whole
correct and
audience
incorrect
sick
choices.
who's watching.
And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person, but if used incorrectly can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read.
I forgot how to read
Which
once.
choice would you make?
We've been through this before.
Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack."
Alright, there we go. My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack.
Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Ah, welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
Good gracious. Alright. Going to the door.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
This place is subjective. We gotta get out of here, chat. We're not supposed to be here.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
To the real world.
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
To the door on the left. Entered the back room.
There was not a single
Everybody
person
keeps saying
either.
the back room.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
We entered the back room so many times in this
Coming
game.
to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Upstairs to the boss's office. And now the office is different.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Nightshark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
I can't speak. So we did get this ending.
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it.
Okay, so I already got this ending. I thought it would actually respond. I didn't answer the thing out of sheer hubris. Oops. Still got all this going on. Oh, it's probably in the broom closet where the last figurine is.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
We'll go left. Bet it's in the broom closet, but I bet the broom closet is all locked up now. There will be a reward for finding them all. Somewhere both red and blue. Is this some kind of game? Oh my. Trust the completionist instinct. What we know. Agenda. How can you spotted one? We mixed them, float in the air. Who took these pictures of them? Oh my goodness. To do. Figure these are hard to find. Follow clues provided. We can do it. Somewhere both red and blue. Thank you. Good luck. Maybe we are the collectibles. Shut the frick up. To whom it may concern, I managed to pick up some... Oh, good lord. Unusual to the regular office ambience to local audio source using an array of... I can't read all this. I'd like to know it. Just the completionist instinct. Those are the ones that freak me out the most, is writing on the walls. There's so much. I want to go home. Stop kidding yourselves. There will be cleaning of this wall required. What is going on, man? Somewhere both red and blue. Alright. I know where that is. So number 4 is somewhere where there's both red and blue.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all. Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
I need you, comfort bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
said the bucket.
Yeah.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Somewhere both red and blue. Should be this way.
No, stop! Look there on the wall, you see? There's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness. I think we have to do something about it.
What makes a bucket a bucket?
This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Step in. Oh, okay. We're getting this ending, I suppose. There's so much weirdness. You get a new ending depending on whether or not you have the bucket with you the entire time. Is this
now
a bucket? Oh,
I'm
boy.
going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket.
Oh,
Simply
my
enough,
goodness.
right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket.
We're about to
Okay,
find
let's
out.
begin.
Oh my gosh.
Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Oh jeez, is it a bucket? Yes.
Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Oh, okay.
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
Oh. Yes.
Incorrect.
Oh.
It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Oh, okay. A bucket is a friend. Thank you, Wolfie. That's good to know. Oh, well, those
Item
last two
3.
weren't buckets.
Is this a bucket?
Oh, jeez. No. It's a trick question. It's not a bucket. Oh,
Incorrect.
what?
This is a bucket.
I didn't study for this.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
I honestly don't know if the answer is going to be a yes or a no. No, it's a tractor.
Correct.
Yay.
This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one.
Okay.
Is this a bucket?
No.
Incorrect.
What?
This is a bucket.
No, it's not. That's a tractor.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
I don't know anymore. Yes, it's a bucket.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
I just bucket
Item...
friend.
Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Yes.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we
Nothing is a
both clearly
bucket.
know that a bucket is something. And therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Nothing is a bucket. No, a bucket is a friend. Wolfie told me so.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
Am I a bucket?
Stanley, I can't keep doing this.
Yes, you are
I'm
a bucket.
losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry.
I just
But I'm
wanted to
going
get a
erase all
figurine.
buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
No, bucket friend. Oh, I guess there's no more
What
bucket
happened?
endings.
Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait,
Everything is a
was
bucket.
everything a bucket?
Everything
Every
was a
single
bucket.
thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets.
We're not buckets.
Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person. All right, here we go.
Everything was a bucket, yet nothing is a bucket at the same time. This is amazing information to know. Everything's a bucket. I was expecting everything to be replaced with a bucket. I really was.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
We're
Perhaps
ignoring
he'd simply
you.
missed a memo.
And this time we're actually going to get
Stanley
the
came to a set of 2 open doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
That door was closed.
Stanley
door
was
on
so
the left.
bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in
don't
someone
try
else
this
can
again.
be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why?
Yes.
I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important.
There it is.
Stanley walked through the red door.
See what happens.
And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Yep. Okie dokie then. I don't know what to do now. Because we got the figurines. I'm pretty sure I got all the endings that come at the end of this.
Aha! Perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Blue door.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
Blue door.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you.
Right, the game proceeds to break at this point. So we begin the game again. We got all the figurines. Otherwise, it's just now hunting for endings with the bucket, I guess. Oh. Oh, okay, everything's reset itself. There's no more balloons. Oh, what?
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't
Not
it fill
really.
you to the brim with inner richness?
Not
Yes, I
particularly.
know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one
okay.
more time.
Going back to the memory zone. You know, this place where we got stuck at and everything fell apart on us. Now remembering when Stanley found the collectibles. Oh boy. This is going to be weird. Reversing the white light, yep. Oh boy.
Here's where it all began.
Yeah, this really
the
creepy
first
one.
collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent.
Weird.
We'll never be
creepiness.
like that again, Stanley.
Yeah, this weirdness. I don't like this. 7 out of 6. I guess this is the figurine ending.
And here was a second Stanlerine. I'll be honest, back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
8 out of 6.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember?
It was the boss's bathroom.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here in the boss's bathroom. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
I don't think that's true because we're now on 9. We're now on 9 of 6.
Let's see, what came next?
Definitely
Oh yes,
wasn't
we
this.
found a Figley in this pink room. Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
Is your remembering wrong? We've never been in this room in the entire game. This is the first time we've seen this pink room. Oh, why is it made of boxes?
This was the 5th mini Stan, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Oh, no. That's how you found it. By the neighbor. It's made it like a stock video. Kind of what happened. Yeah. Found it near the cargo lift. Thanks for watching.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Yeah. This game's getting weird, man.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Oh, it's just... Oh, picked them all up so far, so... You are in the present.
And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone. No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Okay, we're doing that now. This is what we're doing now.
Okay, yes. The room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
13 of 6. This game is falling apart.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
Mm-hmm. Oh, please, no. Oh, thank goodness, fast forward.
Yes, I love that video.
Jesus. What's going on, man? The narrator's lost his mind.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
Just sitting out there in the open.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
16 of 6. Alright, just dumps him right there.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it, the very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
I seriously do not like that. Oh goodness, now big. Collect them all. Them? Yep. Oh, hey, look, it's the jump circle.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on.
Yep.
I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
More memories. The game has fallen apart in ways I could not have expected.
Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
Alright. And in the office.
And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office?
No.
There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then, somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
The end is never the end is never the end. I don't like the aura that the game is now giving me. This threatening aura of the end of Stanley. Alright.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Let's go to the meeting room. Oh, not to the bucket.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
See if anything's happened with the meeting room now that I've found all the figurines.
Yet there was not a single person
Reboot
here
the game
either.
entirely.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
It told me straight up to reboot the entire game. Reboot the game entirely. Broom closet's still locked.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
See if that figurine's back. Maybe it might do something crazy. Nope. It's gone.
Here's the door, just go.
Alright. I'm very curious to see what happens at the end of this trail. And does that behind me.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this, but of course, Stanley thought better of it and realized he simply had too much to live for.
That's all the mine. It seems like it's just going to do it all over again.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place, where freedom meant nothing.
Freedom means nothing. Nothing means nothing. Everything means nothing. Nothing is the answer and the problem all at the same time.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
Alright. I don't think it's going to do anything special, but I'm just testing it to see.
Blackness, and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes! He had won! He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command.
We're free!
Freedom was mere
Again.
moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
And off we go.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Yay. It probably just doesn't do anything special. But I wanted to check just in case. Fastest ending possible. Well, the fastest ending possible would have just been to close the door. Nope, didn't do anything special.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright, we're going to do one last thing.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Tell you what, we're going to do one last ending.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
We're going to do one last ending, and it's going to use the bucket.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Because I haven't found the trophy machine, and I haven't found the infinite hole yet in this whole thing.
Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
Oh dear. Is it an intervention? I have stumbled upon an intervention.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Is the Adventure Line going somewhere new? Oh, it is. Let's go somewhere new, Adventure Line.
Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Yes, the music. Right, the basics.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
It's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Where are you taking me, Adventure Line?
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
No.
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
No.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you.
I don't wanna.
Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
No.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The Broom Closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this.
No.
Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
My bucket. What is this?
The Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spell-binding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Fans want to save the bucket. See, I did the right thing. Wolfie's got it with me. We want bucket. All right, what time is it? It's 7:45. I've been going for over 5 hours now. One more ending. We'll do another ending. We saved the bucket. Oh. Oh, it's all different now. Bucket's right here.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Yep.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
To the left.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever.
Yeah.
Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Answers. Broom closet.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket.
No.
I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend.
Yeah.
You can't hand it over. Oh, no.
No.
We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of
Why
petty
can't you be
insults
happy for
simply
a
in order to
broom
get you to
closet?
hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends?
No.
That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your
No.
life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared
Screw
together.
you,
Go
broom
through
closet.
each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
I've just now got this bucket, but it's my bucket and I love this bucket and I'll die for it. Take that, broom
Okay,
closet.
I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go.
Property
There.
of Stanley.
Now
Yes.
it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
To the boss's office with the bucket. Got the feeling money's for stealing, but not yours, of course. Hey, that's a lovely purse. See if anything happens with the bucket in here. Sure does rattle. Alright, nothing. Nothing is different. Just a man in his bucket.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
No one.
Crushed by the weight of this
Where are they,
revelation,
bucket?
Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
Bucket
Yes,
is guiding
this
me.
is certainly the most logical explanation.
The bucket knows all. Bucket friend. Going through these innings is like going through a bucket list. You can unsub me for that joke. I would
The elevator
understand.
raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Escape.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. But of course, Stanley and the bucket thought better of it and realized they simply had too much to live for.
Me and the bucket need to make our escape through life.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Everything's gonna be fine, bucket. Don't worry, bucket. We'll get out of this.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter, his one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
I trust the bucket.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way.
Yeah.
The bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Yes.
When at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
The bucket deserves a happy ending. Well, the bucket deserves it at the very least.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away.
Freedom.
Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley
Yes.
wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
No.
Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, or go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place, not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms, not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room, but at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
No. Man, that's an awful ending. I just wanted the bucket to be happy.
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall.
Why is the floor littered with paper?
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around.
No.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his...
This
was
way.
not
We're
the
doing
correct
one
way to
last
the
thing,
meeting
and then
room.
I gotta call it
But
for
Stanley
tonight.
had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Oh man, there are a couple of different endings I want to try out.
Said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Like jumping to the death ending, and then there's this ending here. We're going to try this ending. I'm being indecisive because I want to see all the different endings with the bucket.
Okay, this is day number 295, tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore.
Oh, what is this?
The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket.
Uh-oh.
But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
What in the world is happening? It's just supposed to be a feel-good bucket. Well, that was not the ending I was expecting from the tape recorder.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together.
Okay.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Alright.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something...
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
The bucket is everything. It's the most important thing in the game. Alright, office is back to normal.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top.
Close.
There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of
Just
course, because
absolutely
buckets
normal.
can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
The bucket is always correct. Never question the bucket.
In here,
Said the bucket.
go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Alright. Can't do too many more endings.
Now pick up the phone.
Picked up the phone with the bucket. Anything going to change?
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Yeah. The bucket. Oh, Sonny, it's me, your bucket. Press triangle to take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Press 0 to take me back home with you.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Where's my bucket? Where's the bucket? There he is. Go back to work.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me?
Hello,
Listen to me.
narrator.
It's just a bucket. It can't think. It can't talk. All it would ever
What are you
truly
talking about?
do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
What are you talking about? Don't listen to the loud man. Press triangle to go back. Let's go back home. Yes.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
How dare you say that about the bucket? For it's up to ignore anyone in your life except for me.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
I believe I'm real. You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Really the same day with me over and over.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need
This
to
property
point out
is
the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
To work, to home, to work.
Oh no. I'm having feelings for the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it.
Bucket.
Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
Close your eyes. Me and the bucket are going to have a happy life together. Go back to work, Stanley. That's weird. That was a weird one. Alright. I've been saying we need one more ending and then it has to end, but we can probably do one last ending.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
Yes. We can do probably...
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
We'll do the door on the left. We'll take control of the mind. Well, there's...
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see,
Bucket.
I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way,
Perfect.
if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
Do you need anything else? Nope. Okay.
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be
Shame on
honest,
you.
I'm sick of the pettiness on display.
A bucket of
You can
cocoa.
stay here all
I
you like,
tried
but
you
I've had it with this
sometimes, really,
impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you
thank you something
outside,
really late,
and we can
Jason.
get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Yeah, take that, broom closet. Broom closet just doesn't understand.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Use the key control. We'll do this ending. Because there's so many more endings to do. This is the ending where Stanley goes
But Stanley
crazy.
just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked
Yes,
the bucket.
the bucket.
The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How
But
did
it's
I end
supposed
up
to be
with
a
someone
Stanley.
else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from
Bucket.
this. Who knows
I
what
gotta find
sorts
my
of
bucket.
bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. Now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him. Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket. Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his.
No,
None of them
no,
were his
no.
special bucket.
All the
Come to
bucket.
me, Stanley. Find me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his
the
sanity.
bucket.
And
No.
then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
Oop.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Mariella.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him.
Oh man,
Perhaps he
can't
didn't
be
even
without that
realize
bucket.
he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter.
What
But
can't
of
you do
course,
without
she
a bucket?
had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
With her and her bucket. Mariella had her bucket. Alright. Alright. There's only two endings I can think of with the bucket. One of them is to set off the detonation in the mind control room, and the other one is to destroy the bucket. So we're going to try to take over, and then we're going to try to destroy the bucket.
Ah, the embrace of an old friend, a weathered companionship that stands the test of time. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers.
No more stickers.
If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
No stickers. Shame on you, broom closet.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Boss office.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
4, 5.
Crushed by the... But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
The bucket
Was the
always
bucket
knows.
guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
It is. Alright. We're going to try to take control, then we gotta end it. Maybe we might do another wrap-up stream of all the other endings. And try to get the rest of the endings that I can think of or can find. Because there's a couple more that I'm missing. But it's getting very late. I need to go to bed for work.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Alright, mind control facility.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Kitty, I know you're hungry, but I must do what the bucket tells me to do.
Monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs.
We'll feed you in just a moment, okay?
The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it
Poor
gently,
bucket.
reassuring it that everything would be fine.
But
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He
Scream
couldn't
into the
accept it.
bucket.
His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation.
In
Controls
full.
labeled
The
with
bucket is
emotions.
everything.
Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery... But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley
No,
gasped
bucket.
in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
Birds.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along?
There's no
Stanley
crows.
marveled
I
at
don't
the
like
metal
this.
genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery.
Birds.
Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best.
It is.
And Stanley was happy.
I am happy. Birds. Birds. That was the bird ending. So many birds. Okay. I got time. I can do one last one, and I'm going to destroy the bucket this time. And nobody can stop me.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was. The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to it. This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Must destroy the bucket.
Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line?
Kinda.
We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it. Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Off we go on an adventure.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Alright. We're going to destroy the bucket this time.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready. Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even see?
Alright. So it won't let me destroy the bucket. That's a shame. I actually wanted to shove the bucket in there. Well, there's one other way to do it. Probably. I know there's at least one other ending with the bucket. So we'll hit that one last, and then we gotta call it a night. No, I don't have a problem. Oh, the
all of
papers
his
on the
co-workers
floor.
were gone. What could it
What a
mean?
mess.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
bucket.
Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but
Nope.
Stanley is a very lucky fellow.
I
Very
am.
lucky indeed.
Very lucky to have a good
Stanley
old
clutched
bucket.
the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet.
Okay,
Simply
just
because
wanna
I have
repeat
no
that.
remaining stickers. If I did... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Yeah, I'm doing the right thing.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
5.
Crushed, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Go down. And then we do the escape with the bucket, because I guarantee that's going to do something weird.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
To our deaths we go.
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Nope, we go forward.
At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
I embrace it. The final sleep. Oh. Here we go. In the bucket.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Bye, narrator. Oh, we're gonna get saved.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws.
Oh, they
In a
got her back
single
too.
visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death.
All
It was
right.
a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
It is. Oh, where'd my bucket go? My bucket's gone. The bucket. Welcome to the grand exhibit. You're standing at the precipice of knowledge, much like a bucket itself. The human mind is frequently empty within a cavernous void. But though use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes enriched with the substance and knowledge of the bucket and its history. The knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn here with you out into the world? Will you accept with an open mind and maybe challenge about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourselves and your loved ones? As a result of this exhibit, or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were in ignorance and darkness? The bucket.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own?
Bucket.
Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
Very important bucket information. A bucket with two handles. A bucket depicted as having two handles. Such a design has never been created in real life. Having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental, every year dozens are put to death just for attempting to it. A photograph of 25 buckets, the greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. The photographer experienced catatonic shock for several reasons that resulted in euphoria from exposure to this many buckets at once. Wow. Infernal Bucket. A replica of the Infernal Bucket, which in the medieval era was so powerfully alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war with one another for control of it. Billions died, and yet in spite of it all, the simple fact remains: no one can control a bucket. A stress bucket analogy. Rest and relaxation does something you enjoy and relax. Put it all in the bucket and let it all flow out. Ancient bucketness. While we know that buckets predate the existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. The cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already likely been around for several millennia. Notice that these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures. Amazing.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
We must kneel before the bucket. It is only right. Peace symbolizes the necessary relationships between bucket and humanity. However clear or grasped the bucket may be, it is yet more that is always within our reach. The distance inevitably is for our own good. Bucket. I can reach that. Oh.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements. If only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision for...
Jesus. The bucket is ruler. All hail the bucket. All hail the bucket. The end is never the end is never the end is loading. Bucket.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Alright,
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his
all the
left.
things on this end. I think we've been through everything on this end. The only ending would be one behind you, but that one closes off. So I think that's all I can do. Alright, I think that's all I can do. I'm certain there's more, and it seems like the hint is to reset the game entirely. To start something new. If the
Still no
Reboot
one
the
was
game
here.
entirely. Which, I guess quit to menu is what it wants me to do. We'll see if that starts something new, but then we gotta go to bed regardless of what's going on. See if anything happens when we begin the game.
This is the story of...
No, still
All of his co-workers were gone. What
looks
could it
the same.
mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace, protective, yet delicate, assertive, yet compassionate.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one
Reboot
was
the game
here.
entirely. Alright, well, I'm gonna have to let that sit for a while. Because I do have to go to bed, so... It was fun playing the game again. Playing the game. This was great. Thank you guys for showing up. I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful day, afternoon, and week. But that'll do it for me. I'm Dr. Crow. I read a book once, and all hail the bucket. The bucket is king. The bucket. All hail the bucket. All